Sometimes we talk. Get we're in the odds together, access the tradition, and find ourselves. This takes stock with the facts. Across the hand, sudden appearance of ominous towers moves the location to the world. We have since learned that said structure was brought into being by an organization known as the Telalafaloi. Telalafaloi's stated purpose to recruit founders against past apocalypse and that would result in destruction while we're there. Already have these towers, theirs have been untold suffering. Countless innocent can imprison their faith for primal summoning. Unless we find a way to deal with corrupted or surrounding expires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. A shielded with blessing and light seem to be resistant temper at least. After what happened to our involved in Fordola, we have to be very, very careful how we proceed. But these threats close to home are a paramount concern when we lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. The Telalafoi are under the leadership of Vandania and one other delightful fellow, Xenos von Alva's Crown Prince, our dear friend. Today, he's claimed his old body, murdered Emperor's bearers, and plunged Garlemald in the deep pit of chaos. God hasn't probably seen the worst of it. For a good while, all the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed in the troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. Eerie fog of silence which blanketed the ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered when the venereal words spoken to the Lever transformed the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. Though indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume these events too were orchestrated with the Telalafaloi. I don't even Primal is powerful enough, but in light of recent developments, the fear is only prelude to even greater catastrophe. It devised a means to counter this threat and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We'll find a way in Charlon, I'm sure of it. Master Fortunel's comment regarding the Founder's is clear to say at least. Everyone knows more than is still letting on.
Sorry to interrupt. But we received word from Mrs. Kyle. She says the arrangement for your visit has been finalized.
Check the Lumsa is on board the next ship bound for Charlon. And an arrival percentage that associate the students of Baldistian come to assist in the Order's restoration. The arrangement may be settled, but what are your thoughts? Let's race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see her, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Coming to the docks, need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. We're paying for passage fee is non-fundable. The ship of Charlotte should be pulling into port soon, so please allow me to have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
How does that again?
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Ori Boulder.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
That's what he's saying is him.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Organized.
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Is it Emmett? Didn't expect Emmett to be our narrator.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Title drop? Drop title?
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Oh, sure. Middle of nowhere.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Mom?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
It is, Mom.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Well, here comes Dialdrop.
There she is.
Hear that guitar.
Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
Yeah, it is a Masilk.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Oh, the Sharlian.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan Orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
There's a little opera in the back.
Gralatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Oriente Brahma. Think with Brahma.
Any?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Cool.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your father strike you from the annals?
Your applications have also been approved.
Been approved?
Having said that,
Uh-huh.
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Quite a shameful display, if I might add.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Science of the Seventh Dawn.
Mars isn't there. Any of these work?
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
I may enter.
And you, sir?
Justinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Don't say Scion. Don't. Just say adventure. Just say adventure. Adventure is it's a real profession. Athenian.
If you'll allow me.
Okay.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Oh, alright. Made it through the first boss.
Cryle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
The A is not pronounced.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Is that a jest?
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Freedom? Oh, freedom. I'm glad to spot your ship coming with port offers or bureaucrats and sticklers or details. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get back your language back. Launch your organization, I learned, and how we might proceed. It's Dean's first time in Sharlayan. For the rest of your homecoming, that was long overdue. This place you wish to visit and people are dying to see. Therefore, I propose to propose our agenda so you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. To that end, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does it sound? It's a fine inspection. We not be welcome. I love your estate as such, but would like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. Equally untethered, as it were, there's no particular place that my kin can call home. I will not pass up opportunity to recreate myself in the city. Likewise, quick to our old haunts may need a little useful gossip. The annex was west of the Ethereal Plaza, wasn't it? I should show you there anon. Well, I'll be hearing though. I do have places that we're missing, not visiting forthwith, but I believe. But what are you listening? My service as a guide is what you're asking. Will be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... oh. Well, Rahal, would you like to join us then? You've been gone quite a while. This would be perfect to refresh those dusty old memory of yours. Of course, if you have me. Oh, it's good. Charlene waits. More kind of follow my lead. Accompany you. Receive quest objectives. You can leave behind by entering a different area. Pretty much difference between you. You can speak to and select the option to part ways. Return and speak to them at the original location. He's going to be next price being Cryo. Okay, weird. Go with the last sand. It's the cafe on the west side of the harbor. Combo points? We're finally getting skits. Oh, you can even cover if you're on the way to addition. Financial quality speak over his He's burning his draw. Why you explain your surroundings together? Okay, alright. Wamimi? Let's see how this works. Yeah, statue style layout. They usually court an isle of these. Well, return a ship by the sea. Known as the Stoa, named the statue of scholar meets at the end. Simulation wisdom of all else is more a matter of pragmatism than belief, and alignment principles of war. I don't know the rather impressive sculpture, for faith is not so restrictive as, say, the Guardians. And even Charlians and do worship divinity that are treason. Any other talking points? I don't see any. Alright. No actual talk. Ah! Our research in nutrition and food preparation is extensive. The average child tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. The food is bland, cast by our infamous Archon love, prevents them towards quality and dietary value and taste of distant second. There's one pupil, however, who could stomach the school since they were no longer, so he quit his lesson and poured all his savings to build a proper eatery. The last name came to be. It is named the sole dedicated output is to fine dining, the one and only bastard culinary arts worldwide made here before. Seems like the burger being held was more impressive items from you, not that I ever pleasure eating one myself. You were a typical Charlian who came when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely tell her us and taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop when the time permits and a sample of the cafe's delights. Can we press on? The Theory Plaza. Okay. Unusual ship. It's perfectly functional. Right. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Being a diligent tourist, I should make mention of Confluence, a recent facility located in the very pause. I was very vaunted, discovers that the reason Charlotte stands at the forefront of teleportation technology and discovering underlying principle elegant authorized to allow us to understand the construct of what essentially a lost art. Up we go to the next direction. Our path leads northeast to Agora. Here's the largest marketplace. The additional topics. Go to Agora. We can find wares made in Charlotte as well as wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes of various research institutes, but I think that price has thankfully died up for the most part. No better place to stock up for our next bit of adventure. Am I overselling it? Let's see where the next step or two is, which is particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Third Plaza, follow the path north and climb up the stairs, then imposing building at the very top. The group features our typical Charlian architecture. Besides from the research, and now about rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nympharium, an area dedicated to the blessing of water. For Charlians, water presents more than a life-sustaining work. It is a reminder of the Great Flood, which participated in the birth of our nation. A symbol of knowledge which flows from Thalanak's divine Ewar. This is when you can see an abundance of fountains throughout the city. Propensity? We're utilizing water as a bigger feature in our architecture. It's the Rostra. The original public platform erected here upon which forum or elected representative would deliberations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into the council chamber, the nature of the forum and duties as members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring, Rahal? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. If this are to me in the mind of my arrival on the first, those who gathered the crystal tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers are all inspired by my knowledge of final settlements I could think of the great city of Charlian. Bit by those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystallium. I can almost see its echo. Let's see, feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors will object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. Now, however, the tour must go on. The respectable sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. We're at the Journey's End. It tells us there was those who put ashore the Archon Newcrymph, built in the first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important official in all the Charlian families. You see, the one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to our home from House Lavallure. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. With that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. Elba has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. We're directly to the Baldesion Annex. You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, come across the bridge to our right, and follow the path below the Athura Plaza. After you, Voskin. Right, we cross this bridge, as I recall, stick to the path, not the end of the Athura Plaza. Hope that you can research, but still, professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Now that everything that exists still they run in these residences, perhaps the twin could tell you more about them. As the joyous look on Raha's face undoubtedly inform you, this is the Baldesion Annex. You're coming up the hill, you arrive at the doorstep with no one alone. I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Decide with you, then. I'm back, and Bravo is Raha with me. Oh, you arrived at the ship. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure finding me you, but I was gonna hear a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika... what? Tsunjika? It's been an age. Let me introduce Ojika Tsuchika. Tsunjika. The Ministry offers to the students of Baldesia and oversee the days they've been in an annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Yushika. They have. Oh yes, Yuruka, I read the initial reports. Quite shocked to hear what's begun on the island. You take care of your opportunity to join the expedition. This place is the second home of the students. The island will serve our main headquarters, of course. We haven't had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research for to attend conferences or procure supplies from different stores. And the annex here was built to provide lodging for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters along with the island itself vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations, and yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization has shelved its former self. The day will come when we see the students rise again. Let's endure a Telefloy's ball. Through the door on the left, there's the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives at us, you part of the time be rest before discussion begins in earnest. I had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Nap rooms, prefer an afternoon doze. I didn't give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. So, we're often so busy with research, are exhausted. When journeys abroad, we could slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks, and thus they become known as students as nap rooms. Even many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, but have you show you to your chamber. The others won't be too long coming. I'll wait for you in the main hall. Here? Feeling refreshed and alert, our college will be wondering students that simply stay here and wait till they join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The Bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that...
Sorry.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Okay.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
There's only... Oh! Right, okay, there's 2 quests, okay. As mentioned, however, a question the Counselor dragged this fruitless endeavor. They seem to consist as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I'm beginning to scour the Shaolin archives for historical records for any hints of connection to the final days. As they say, the progress has been slow. There are at least so many dozen pages you can skim in one day. If now I had this band of willing reinforcements, the should fail all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside the Numenon, shall we? It's in the annex to your right. You'll find the archives at the western edge of the woods. It's sort of because we just arrived in this place. I'm itching for a fight, but I don't want to leave this location just yet. In any case, you're now at the doors of Numenon, the grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance and one of many, for the archives of Numenon extends deep into the surface like roots of a tree. The vast hall of the great Gubal library pales in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Shaolin is free to enter or peruse its shelves, while most of its shelves only Archons afford access to certain restricted vaults. It is trying to Stola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Liza and Elfana will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-city citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor. Even so, there should be a number of books which talks about Shaolin history and foreign policy. Your task will be find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I tell the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found promising tomes. Happy reading. Cool. Boo! Can I feed it to, let's say, my fisher? Alright, reading. Story of Charlion. Long ago on the island in the Northern Sea, there lived a forgotten man by the name of Newcrumph. Newcrumph was a study of astrology, and he divined the flood with terrifying proportions will be swept over the lands of Eorzea. It was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail of that imperial realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Newcrump's crew hauled them aboard his ark. The danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, a new corrupt wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship safely to the Abalathea spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddle and alongside. Oh, sorry. I was wondering when we're gonna reference that ship stuck in the middle of nowhere. was not long before the students dwindling supplies food less violence and bloodshed. Sent by the side, Yunkref gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the Ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent on returning to the northern seas. This land on the beach of the island set upon the very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Charlotte that we live here today. Roads of old. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliac and driven hinterlands, the Charlotte colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study ethereal sea in the year 1311 6th Astros era. Schools especially Oriza found the facilities wanting and demand encouraging a gradual expansion of structure and services. As members spread of a growing community of academics, the era was further inundated with Orian students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years of the forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Original student took to calling the colony Charlian, which led to the no small amount of confusion when discussion turned to the subject of motherland. In response to some Charlian inhabitants, impressed by a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idrissa. Volunteer going to introduce the most prominent feature of Idrissa. The book does not appear to contain a short form that will cover the history of Charlian motherland in great detail. Oh, they got an old tome. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkref, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness, savage of men brought a brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on the island north and empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightened through knowledge and reason. The Charlian took to heart the words of the Savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon the foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge and economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture and came powerful cross. Engineers brought well and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Public expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more wisdom swept out of the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the civilian Charlian would live by the founder's teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would shoot the tools of war and with knowledge build the world. By building secret knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and got to defeat the rest of the body as you should? I too once engaged in such a foolish practice. One night, engrossed in the philosophical study, I have epiphany. For all the wars mystery to drive as a reckless man, we have so many years of life in which to actually go. Thus do I share this mantra. I am forever 20 summer years long. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you could be when you discover the star. Let it be the age you inspire to remain. For mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time of able to spend upon your human research? In the day and the moon, and the sun of the grass of figures of truth they are pursued. In the pages that follow, we'll explore the secrets maintaining one's physical condition, biological, theological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Astrology? Have you ever gazed on the skies above and told the mysteries contained? I speak not of shifting cloud light or the vastness beyond of the sun's swirling tapestry of night. Something of dome above is finite space, yet amongst the leading thinker of your age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, the similar sea remains an unreachable, unknowledgeable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists at Alec who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Delmond and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read their ancient ambition, I wonder, is your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that internal constellation were arranged differently in distant past? The position continues to shift most imperceptibly and measurably as we journey into the future. It would shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever. Are you eager to learn more? In the year which followed the founding of Charlian, the civic polity and other matters of import were decided in Ecclesia, a public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the citizen population grew, however, this forum became increasingly impractical. A large number of participants gave rise to ever and longer delays, running similar delays and vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year of 206 and the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members. Citizens chosen amongst their peers by means of a national-wide vote. Thus was foreigns as we know to be conceived and created. Again, Were you waiting long? Borrow at least a few promising volumes. I've not a trial should also be along shortly. Was late in similar fashion, as far as I could see, no tiles in the Archon stacks remained. Mentioned the final day specifically, so I had no choice but to start the tangibly relevant tomes, if or even that. I presented the plans to skim through as quickly as we dared, share our discoveries as we made them. It would actually be nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and already a supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always fond of reading outside, but it's not about a little pleasure, is it? Do you miss your home? Isn't difficult. After arrival, I managed to speak with one of the family servers and ask things how was going on. It seems our dear father instructed the staff that even if Elvina and I would return to Charlotte, we're not allowed to access the threshold. Cross the threshold. A harsh matter indeed. I hope that RFS understands mission that form will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what have you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live in the city? My situation is always complicated. I was raised in Shalon, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isbard, in fact, for generations my people had developed in Corvus, the coastal regions opposite the island of Thavnir. The Algans founded the city in the fertile island by ship-run the subjugated tribes of Mikolta and served as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in the Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of elegant technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as the case for most imperial provinces. Realm renamed the regent Lucas Amognus? Moyes? When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in elegant technology, so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, a voice has been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the elegant eye no longer passed as to our eldest children as reliable as once had. Your discovery and eventually tipped the scales. The decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and tradition of Alec. As the last child born of Elegant Eye was given over to the custody of friends and a student of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlatan citizen. Never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thank was taken in by Archon Luswal, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Regardless of their origins, we're all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. With sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaulted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation which its citizens can be proud. You're here, no reason to get to the bottom of Home's stubbornness, except for the troubling matter of our impending doom. Still, we try to make some headwork in these bugs for soon. More company should be arriving any moment now. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mr. Kyle has already flicked through every history of the disaster, more than a few which barely made mention of them. I started looking at the research papers of the Umbral Calamities, as well as an article written by the prominent forum members, whereas the knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. You know which, might I ask you a quick question related to the final days? I'm the only one who didn't witness the events of the Amaranth firsthand, and in fear I may overlook critical details. But thanks, now where to begin? Reasons first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Well, yeah, the destabilizations is completely out of whack. It's the invoking tragedy wrought havoc to all manners of life. The cosmic descent of the ancients themselves, causing the powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifest in terrible, tangible fashions. Meteors raining from the skies, fire erupting on the ground, indescribable abomination prowling the streets. More lines with my understanding. If only the arts of creation has survived until the present day, we might have something substantial to analyze. To the best of my knowledge, however, these techniques were not preserved and passed on. You still have surmises the closest to no magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Is there all else to know which heralded the approaching the final days? Yeah. Doom was all across the world. I think you may be misremembering. It's called "'Twas more of a gradual spread." Really? The Armorine spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear the sound of ourselves, of course, thus thrust as we were to the midst of the madness. The ground's crying out. To be considered a harbinger of doom would be quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I have to speak to the Nomenon's Mamnets and ask them any books that make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take while they summoned Zodiark? Yes, with Elidwith serving as his heart, so many of themselves in sacrifice bring him into being. We don't know exactly how Zodiark's brought salvation are, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set right. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered her further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venatan followers not had the opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for a detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, this makes me wonder what the Telophathoi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they've been doing with those towers of this, is forcing people to summon primal kind of Kylus, attempt to mirror the condition caused by unmentionable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as figure of speech, confusing metaphor the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? This is all just pulling the conjecture of this day. So return to our attention to the farm, shall we? We came by Isle near Stola. At this time we began studying these research papers. Quite the review dump here. yeah. And the last in mind, well, my auxiliary architects produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Ergo, Ryandria learned of the source of production in the Gurum oracles. For its potential to cause panic confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha, yeah, and sealed away in the great Gubal library. 'Tis even a less likely knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days will be left sitting on the shelf for any curious scholars to find. The central reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confront the master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telophathoi and the machination, he scoffed the suggestion that they would pose a threat. He seemed adamant that the form wouldn't know the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the form's behavior is kept secret from the rest of the nation. Well, I mean, to excuse myself from reading whether it contained the mention of the final days or not, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work to be everyone. Get me out of here! I should have taken the other quest. He's small, like with a stack of like 20 bucks. You know, everything on AJ still as a research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What were your studies? Were you able to find any books on subjects I mentioned? Then the days will spent. Should you wish to read them again, ma'am, at a reference that will point you in the right direction. For the moment, I suggest you take a while to serve a rest. We will be occupied our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, Rosegoon? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulder will only calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around. But you know the last time down the harbor, don't you? Come meet me outside the tables and treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Today's ever, I see. However, Charlotte, no other gourmet cafe has sprung to compete for customers. Actually, this round gave me an idea. Before we start, why don't we ask a few questions and go to the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what average citizen have to say about Halal Boy. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? He's not accompanying me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand. What is it? Can I not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking at a shared table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew the Telophathoi, the immense piece which harms the end to the old weird deer, and... Wait, you're the host Lavira girl, aren't you? It's going to be obviously for her. I heard you disowned for helping outsiders indulging in barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I think you leave me be and not say else to say the lies to you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of silver from someone so enlightened. Come. Yes, I don't believe I have pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we're hoping you might share your thoughts on Telephaloi and the unconscionable plans. Oh my goodness, if it's the young Miss Lavior. My apologies, I work in the office's form as a ward wishing master Foshanol that was to helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Wow, this is not going very well, is it? Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wow, you are just a black sheep. Oh, wait. Is that Mr. Zales I see? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Me Dickens, the wonder the last time I used to freaking his cafe on occasions in between lessons at studio. Oh, I thought this guy was just gonna be like, oh god, I can't serve you. You see how age ago now, I remember hearing you and Master Alpha had to sell their boys over and you never came back. I've been gossip about your father throwing the pair. You everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I didn't expect a complete stranger to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levador. No matter how discreet Master Fortunato may have been, news of your family's doing never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickens, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. What's your here to find information of this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patron seems to appear to unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more ways I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor for Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none know the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up a friendly conversation while you're sitting down for food. It might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I had to ask, but what do you think? This is Spirit, pay attention now. I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The pizza is for a chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gizla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see the McCool gentleman. He ordered an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Server minigame? What is this? Tails? I guess might as well look. Oh, I can't. No, I had to be a disciple of magic or disciple of war, so. What dish did you give me? Oh, okay. I'll go ask again. I purposely read them too, so that I'm mistake. Alright. He says group. Almost Gizla, the cult man behind the two ladies. Gizla. Where's this McColt man? Lovely, thank you. Who? I'm sorry, I never heard of them or their final days. I'm having someone informed when it comes to current events now. If you want to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th era, come on, or Esoteric would be happy to talk your ears off. Omelette? Finally, 2468. That's again, no time to waste. What? The Telephaloi? Oh, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claims at the end of the day. Some old senseless warmongering. One of those fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Let's stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice. I fully support our decision from being neutral. Alas, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You know how long it was cramped and saved for suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days? This is the first I ever heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend's been rushed out of his feet. It must have been a busy time out to the Gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world proclaiming things we haven't got here in Shadowline, prices books, unusual life stories, and so forth. The name for those folks who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these telepholoid make good of our audacious treats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbors and you see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day and never been this hectic before, not like this. Right, gleaners? And this place is so chill. Any trouble with customers? We're getting anyone talking? Interesting. They seem aware the final days of some Waterberg news because that's a printing. Even Dickens had nothing to offer and is best sort of gossip in the city. The Informers does have secret knowledge and they've done impressive jobs of ensuring no one whispers in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here's a cup of coffee, I promise. Let's usually somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the turnstile? Away from gossip and their wagging tongues. You didn't know that. How's win out of mind?
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Wieners?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Are we in there? I can swim. I can swim. We still have to learn about Gleaners. Go ahead to Nimamon. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickens will want his cups back. Been for a while, can clear your head, have you? Oh, this from investigating turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take the request directly to an institution bureaucrats, but as you say, they only answer to the form. A sudden significant increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo then gives the impression of a plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory can be built from the facts. We should observe earlier, the Memmon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. With the voice canales I learned about the final stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Shellians know nothing about a particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also most certain that the destruction being perpetrated by Telefo is wholly unlike those apocalyptic events. Or so the Foreign claims to be occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they self-fitted unanimously denying yours a request for aid. And now the Gleaners' official agent of the state has mobilized into an unprecedented scale. But I think it's stretched to conclude that the Gleaners present the end service of the Foreign secret defense. In which the next course of action seems obvious. We visit the labyrinth and access solutions for ourselves. If we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Alright. What are we expecting down there? What a surprise! As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your bar books and be on your way. I'll see that each is returned to its proper place. That'd be a great help, thank you, Raha. Let's on the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Really? Labyrinth's not far from here. You may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so take close. Follow and not fall behind. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. This is your brisk walk? Alexa, please. I completely forgot how to force walk, by the way. Get further. Thank you. Okay. Door downstairs. You're gonna tune the shards back there. We'll take it like here's the other as we keep moving. Okay. Oh, we're going somewhere. Ooh, we're going somewhere. We're all here now. Take a look at securing and permission to our group's descent. Everyone's down the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
Why
If
Emma
the
is
stack
speaking?
grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Does that mean he lives in some sense?
Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
I'm doing books or fauna needs hauling a hallet. They take stock in Labyrintho, you know, sort of tie the inventory. I've never seen an operation like this before though. I just did someone a few summers ago then with no warning at all. This mess gets dropped in our lap. Orders from on high. Damn if I know what's the reason. Could it be a changing the layout? Preparing for the next big expansion? Take stock. Rose seeds 1058, cumin seeds 159, strawberry 1060, or 1061. Are they making an arc? My head stuff with mocha grass with no so I can carry. What are the all once risk making them on? What are the mistakes the card carrots or Gerbrani cutters? What there? Well, seems like it's leading to an arc scenario. I'm here to give help or give me more headaches. So you don't have the look of a gleaner, no mood for idle chatter. I'm really exhausted. I took a tumble and crash power trays. Now the pack of marmots for running this. Working your ragged, eh? Okay. The tails of gleaners have the tail. A, B, and C. We have a warning for every item they bring in. They send more inventory somewhere else. They'll explain the hacker place of this thing. We're right, forms them up to something and turning Labyrinth upside down in the process. We do want to learn more about specifically the Gleaners are being tasked, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If your game was gonna have an idea. One of the latest questions you say something about escape marmots? Probably willing to help them capture the creatures, mankind towards a more friendly, enlightening conversation. In the meantime, of my charms of Gleaners here, we can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. You wish to help me find the marmots, and then we pay for your service. If you're offering out of good in your desire, welcome to assistance. Name is Emerald, my friend. Special in collection life specimen. That's the capture of Nexian marmots is a trial of no desire repeat. Grizzled mice, as they call them. For mercy, no other marmot species on this here at the present, so there should be no single fugitive. If you happen to catch any stuff back in the little stack gently, of course. Let's get around here, widening search of surrounding forest. Be on guard, the beast won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. Okay. Part of forest. Going through the pack, please one unaccounted for. Hey you. There's the odd marmot out. I put my friends in the holding cage. Marmot seems to be unharmed. They held up well in isolation. It's much too soon to release them to habitat. It's a good thing we're able to catch them so swiftly, my thanks. Who tasked you to catch them in the first place? The authority in charge of Labyrintho is now in perpetually. The same official that was working day and night of late. The honorable members of the forum, who else? Due to consumption easy to breathe, though those the condition that was given to the stock was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least they will be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Roskin. Is this Gleaner you mentioned, the one you're looking for, lost marmots? Interesting company to be friends. Who are you folk, anyways? I'm Cryer, the student, but I see and the others are my associates. Truth be told, the form's decisions of late have not so well with us. This is why we made this into Labyrinth. I was hoping to see the decision put into action and we might more fully understand their decision. What's practical never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. I don't know errors to capture enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? We confirmed that the order of his ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed for its purpose. I say it fits with everything we've heard thus far. This is when the operation has begun. The forum to contact the Gleaners Guild ship and put the people to great work some 4 days after the Telefaloy made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of the news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I'm inclined to trust that their calendar events is accurate. Altogether, I could see the distinct impression that this undertaking was some unexpected development, yet I found it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restriction of Labyrinth and its archives could have been planned in such a brief window. Nay, this plan is long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telefaloy declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, let's just conduct a wider investigation into Labyrinthos. The more facility we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. Okay, so how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryer, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from filtering out. Let's be about it then. At least help me take the lead. I'm first to remember the way to Archeon. Follow the path east, and the forest where we're chasing is where Mouse or Murmot was. Anyways, tis the trolls you need to watch out for. This is Archeon, the nomenon that serves as Charlion's literary archive, so this structure houses the city's wall for material data. The archetype too is similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the wall is carved from the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples with specimens, as well as the data records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains the physical knowledge of Charlion's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we don't learn anything from value standing out here. Let's protect the main building, speak to the custodian. We're here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners. Might I ask your affiliation? We've only students about the hidden, but is that relevant? Is given the belief that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons involved in our reorganizing efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we better move along to another facility. The building has a lift which can enable the mid-tier, yes. May we at least make use of that? The server has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for inconvenience. Please come again after our reconstruction operation is concluded. But that time will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. When you rethink our approach, let us set aside for a moment, shall we? You just bought this, yeah. Well, here's us standing in the rain. In passe, with no other leash, I'd like to peruse this one further. If I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed to heartfelt pleas, we must seek other means to access the lower levels. It's likely the people in this area are involved in the restructuring one way or another. We ingratiate ourselves and allows the company to live. That's why someone's true and need a few strong backs to lighten the load. Okay. We're taking a lift? Oh, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it's wandering around tranquilly, so we thought to donate to the vaults. But... Odd is a little squirrel, don't you think? Anyways, I suppose we'll take care of it until Archeon is open again. Take it down and lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, only I've finally found a moment to spare rest. This is a gleaner fellow hanging out to the gate though, sharing a large pack, and he's a matter of task. Maybe we'll head down below after he's done whatever he's doing. Where's my fellow? My friend Waterway? Oh, hi, bro. It's you again. I don't mean rude in the middle of another task. The cloud kin I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me this time? You spend your time in unusual ways, friend. Since 200 generate better than one bird, I cannot see his common solve for a spot for birds of all kinds. The one I'm after is the hornbill. His feathers are green and his cry is distant to caw. Sing her out, shoot with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll line away the river and claim more curry. Be sure to hit the right one. It's green and it hawks. Is it... wait. All is not green. Is it calling? Not even calling, though.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to
capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Okay.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Dangerous mine shaft. I hear something moving. I agree home there by researchers think. There would be a sign we need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps before we continue. The others tighten their straps and check your gear. Then I say we head on in. Given the terrain in hand, though, it would be wiser to leave some distance between. We don't want to stumbling at each other when it comes to light. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We'll meet again at the end of the tunnel. Smooth made it through without incidents. Not even consequent, at least. As promised, the deliver to the medical store. Okay. As a call, the tears always kept a variety sample of agriculture production. If everyone's assumption holds true, this wasn't being collected in preparation of great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area research project. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facilities, see what we see. Now that where we are, this is the Mariel Agronomics. Labyrintho is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct study to cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. There's a facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of the research go to feed Labyrintho colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to Agora. Food so exotic, you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origins, let alone how many they might taste. Mysterious vegetable without a name, only a list of nutrient benefits scribbled on a card. See what Gleaner's about. If these organisms share the same sense of origin, should they? You supposedly know something of the foreman's plans, their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Posts from the workers, the rest of us do the same and cast about for useful clues. Talking? Or? Bundles of common seeds and saplings by Shiza reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Them dude? Oh, no.
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Neat.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
Ooh.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Right?
Indeed.
You okay?
While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Where's Thanker when you need him?
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Ryle? Ryle? Ryle, honey, what are you doing?
Cryer?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Ryle, what's going on? Mom's been trying to reach you.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Is Carl feeling unwell? Never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. There's a head to, westward along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. You have an idea? Maybe the colossal wall-like structure is the Losticon Beta, one of the labyrinths of climate control centers. It has its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. I would an ancient form and make a convenient meeting place. But if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agents, we cannot expect to reveal issues of importance that we nonchalantly throw past. They remained undetected. Graha and his vanish spells were here. Oh, but there are other ways to turn invisible. Anybody hop like the little toads? You just toted us! When it comes to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off in the passage of time. I said you and your greener commands help ball and catch up Aronville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me, I will refresh this enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you're likely to leap into the jaws of predators as you learn anything of note. Which reminds me, with the creature you hear about in that form, you're essentially defenseless. If you need to make sure you're in progress, you return to bring you stole for the transformation. Yeah, okay. I'm a frog. Oh. Ribbit. Elfie Toad and Ellie Toad. Alright, let's go. YouTube dum-dums. So just need to cross the bridge. Timson fails to shake his head. Never understand he's telling you this the wrong way. Why is the echo standing right there?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
You must know that we have no such frogs here, yeah? That lives in this habitat.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Elfie toad and alley toad. Alright. A gleaner, especially in the Allen program, is not to be so easily deceived. He seemed kind of put trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of puzzle. This momentous duty the formation don't mention. Sean has been called into action to tell Alpha Declaration vs. Kalos. For charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it sufficient to import to disrupt all labyrinthos, not to mention ignore arrows or requests for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Stoll and Cryo for the moment, see what they think of this. Did you found Erenville then? I feel you'll learn something important, even though something is simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this Cryo and discuss how we like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, still, she was behaving oddly, so I bade her to return rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was entranced by? The rest doesn't serve this there, just in case she decides to wander. Oh, she picked one.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That glue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was, once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Oh boy. Getting revoked already?
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
You're not allowed here?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your
We played like the Ascian theme.
After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Reached a little too deep, eh?
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Barely just got here, now I'm getting expelled. Goddamn.
You have tarnished the good name of the students.
I'll get to see
Galuf
your hair.
would be ashamed.
Oh dear. And
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Interesting.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Nothing's happening in this discussion. Both of us have stated our case, and we are set in our ways. There is no compromise happening. No.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Yeah.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
Well, that's not a really good argument, but still.
No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Probably combat. I'm ready. What do you mean fair and even hand?
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Unanimous? Seem unanimous to me. Oh. Wait a minute. Not unanimous.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
I guess the others either just wanted to kick us out or let us keep going.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Where is your mother in all of this? Alpy Toad, Alley Toad. Where's Mommy Toad? Leslie are allowed to remain in the city, and our investigation has not been in vain. We know that the mysterious duty of theirs began where forms govern the Theory Sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charlion. Yep, Allie's always been a woman of action. It has grown clear that despite the forms, everything's so manly vague about this duty of theirs. They don't really explain the action in plain words. Survival. His father's work so vital, it takes precedence over his own family. Oh no, at least it is you. When I heard you interact before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad to allow you to slay. Ma'am? Emilians? Levidor at your surface. And you find people must be the signs of 7 down. How lovely it is to finally meet you. We're all out back in the house. Oh, please, we don't wish to make things difficult. Or we just found out that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised over seeking my own children? I'm very well that you and Master Fochonage are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts for you. Time couldn't be better. As matter stands, we shan't be going anywhere until it's a matter of thank this group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back to the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure. Vobiscum, what do you think? Vobiscum? The Vobiscum Vobis? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Wars, I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and found you enjoying our hospitality, the servants would be made to suffer consequences. If you still kind of escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and without any opportunities for a test. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. My mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad to relieve, even to see her in such high spirits. What says you, Vosen? Though it seems that we have shadowed enough time to enjoy it. We accompany us or a visit home. Oh, right. I can't port away now. Crap. Fine, we're going. Let's get over with. Be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking in private chambers, thank you very much. However not, your room is always perfectly neat and clean. Everyone has things ready to keep themselves on day. Cherish some mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. Olivia stays that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. When I say I was we're here, this bridge was as far as we're permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but mother or servant was always someone nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Look at us, generally different continents, different worlds even. Often I will often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing breathless and laying out over the railing to watch water wash by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Crafting discipline allows me to craft the next level of fists. Please do come in. All right.
Welcome home, my lady. What? What are you gawping at?
Just American craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Fancy.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Give him the sage weapons.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Wow.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from incurring as the content of your private conversation. Well, this is all too brief for her. Now, however, we will have to survive, as will these tokens of home that will carry with us these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. With enough sentimentality, let us return to Anna as we join our companions. Enjoy time to the lovely yours, I hope. I would ask the twins to how fare, but the new outfits tell me a tale. Only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, then might return home one day with their heads held high. Meantime, whichever closest secret form is tried to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hyland is sure to guide us along forward. I'm confident that you are scouted out of the situation in Fafnir. We will equip the plot on the next move. Classy, alright. I have Carl's instruction in hand if you're really set out, and so are we. I've been to Fafnir before, I can travel by Etherite, but what the rest of you? Another sea voyager wastes time we do not have. Carl was of the same mind, I was always a great aid of the good folk of Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Yeah. Yes? Oh, say it. What's wrong with the Confluence? Never say so, my friend. Thou would we call the hunt for Iceheart unto a sanctuary deliberately owing the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. Rudea's authority on mythology, a field study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Oh. Oh. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it has many times, I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Another time, no introspection revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we will manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, I shall face that which has long been overdue. Well, wasn't expecting this. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we shall look for a researcher named Kit? Kite? Kite. This is rather a lost term faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're supposed to cry on the students about this, and we seek passage to Fafnir, and I understand that you can assist us. Oh, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. The test? Oh, you hadn't heard? Allow me to explain. If we travel to an airthline, you only need to attune to it before, and otherwise you can't use it as a beacon scale where you're a mess of aether hurtling through the live stream. An incontrovertible limitation of Etherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there was another way to travel on Etherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantaneously to places you've never been. For long years, labor is such a trouble possible that people may move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We created a new kind of Etherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to the Etherites, but the Etherite themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. It just so happens that our first test pair of Etherites, one has been installed here in Jalan, and the other one over in Yildamad, a port town in Fafnir. As you know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Raz Ahan, and indeed, we owe much of our breakthrough to the contribution of their alchemists. So the sum of that were to test these Etherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Etherites were made for people like your good self. The magic is imbued within and will whisk you away without any effort on your part. The purple dream come true, and far be it for me to worry about such a thing, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry, it's plain that you aren't those people. Mrs. Crow truly knows how to pick them. if I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Buina not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their post. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions, no? Then let's get going before you change your minds, please. You do your preparations, head outside the Etherite Plaza. I'll be there shortly.
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance?
Jesus.
Against such an insidious foe.
Still? He said a little bit.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Which is?
Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh god, fuck. Up to me. As you at your feet, give a good shot, we'll be able to reach Justinia in time. Justinia, no! My money! Or our money! Ah! Oh. Oh. There's no debuff counter. Justinian! 3 drinks, something helps me with Ignis. By the Mununcia Traveler. Greetings, greetings and welcome. You're wise, good sir, to come to me. My special, Amara last made only the finest special ingredients, famed for calling unduly rallies. By way of warm welcome, family, I'm pleased to offer it to you for a low price of 19,800 gil for not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. Price is high robbery. You want to say as much, but you realize any word warning you cry out will be coming by your last meal. You must stand before him and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. There's like barely any room here to deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? The merchant is swindling me? Wah! Here, my price is confused. It's actually 1,890 gils for 3 bottles of lassie. Confusion will require costly profile as well. No! No! I'm ready to explore the town. In matter of haggling, you never agree until... Oh god, okay, alright. Okay, alright, I'm going. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Oh god, okay. Okay, alright, 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 alright. God, okay. I'm going, alright. There's something that doth loosen its death grip. My harvest thankfully is in hand, the fine fruits of the land. Release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. I'm ready to get on with it. That last siege really worked wonders. Fucking feet, I see. Thy hair. I bound it. The most I can do against the heat short of shedding my armor. May I ask what you got the cord for it? The local vendor, the man said, was the Avernarian wave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. The steel, I was told. There's nothing fancy, I always valued function over form. That's incredible. There's not even an elf could handle quote a handle to you. Are those merchants so unscrupulous? One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, or would presume a symptomatic of societal instability. Claiming Thalnir as its dominion, the nation of Razahan has long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the, Akasodara? Matagan tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemies to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to the celebrated and coveted the world over. The development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this has combined to make the trading power of Arazahan, yet such status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs to be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence given the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant does suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhaps that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kron's acquaintance, shall we see what information can be gathered here at the Yildhamad? I really need voice acting to help me with the pronunciation there. Excellent. We didn't exactly get our flying start, but we'll make up for it. Because I cannot pronounce any of these things. Let's split up and make inquiries of our own town, focusing the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, we must have known this might happen. The Empire's at war with itself, and the problems are in chaos. And there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosity. The city has its defensive weapon, afforded no protection out there. We can't blame the force for not wanting to take the risk. But this would be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. The fresh product, handcraft medicine, all the perennial Hanish favorites. The consortium works closely with the merchant artisans to supply only finest where quality is guaranteed. I know all of these things, because I do, which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant. Please tell me you're a merchant. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kazal. Kazal? Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. What did that guy want? Can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You want to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsya, fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything new for a while now. When I heard the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come to see him, just as soon as he's free anyway. It's hard when we're out there not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Adventure, you say? And you travel the world, helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The worry is I'm terrible with people. I only ever wanted to ever dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunks in a twist. So please, as silly as it sounds, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. They cannot be skipped. Okay. Sure. Okay. Please try peddling my fish. 3 people here in Yaklamad will observe you and learn. Please accompany me. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Yes. Greetings. How fare you, Light? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstances. Things have slowed down somewhat, but without a chaos when the tower first appeared, everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back and do my life less such as this. Whether or not as was the right choice, only time will tell. Well, there's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower. When more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I would say deal with it soon so we can get back to normal lives, to the days when we could earn as much as you gave and tuck in the meal and satisfy your good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I buy? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for custom. The catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked in sprinkle of salt. Okay, so this is basically introducing us to the elephant people. Actually, I don't want to do that because he's following me around. I always forget that I can't use this if I'm not in combat. Cheekily try to charge out my nutties. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some umra. I'd say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. But why do you need so many umra? For eating, of course. I mean, I've seen a lot, but I've let it go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming in, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. Oh, wears me down. I was feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit. But I enjoy a little chat. It took my mind off troubles for a moment. If nothing else, you'll have a positive impression. Let's move on the north side statue. Under the guise of selling fish, we're actually understanding what's happening to the local populace. So that's the truth of it. So it's not just cash questing away. What's it, if you don't mind? I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach! Ugh! If there's sick, no, nothing's on Joe. In my hurry to get back to orders, I ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish or something. Mind the freshest of all. Oh, food is the last thing I need now. Go serve it for someone else. Food? We're pushing at a bad time. Timing's everything, yes. I'm sorry! Thank you for demonstration. Eye-opening experience. Let's turn to the fear. I thought he didn't eat. That is what I read. I'm sorry, Alpha Man. I have failed you. I shall now commit Sudoku. How to talk to the customers. You managed to sell to one of the three people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, there's a lesson to learn both success and failure. Probably yours endeavor to become a better peddler. There's only so much you can do alone. I hope things will return to normal for Kazal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. Who should it be but Matsya? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? Oh, you were there too. Working the shares, I can't find any buyers. With no ship coming in, hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya. I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help too, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I pour my all into the consortium, I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and family depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Oh. Using what I learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I best return to my village. My thanks again. Please take care on the road. You've been busy. Managed to learn to bear to our trust. I was heard how it's affecting many local livelihoods. The thing would be to such an extent. For another notable of not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearance and kidnapping are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered and pure soldiered. As before, they merely use the faith of their hapless souls to call forth out of primal business as usual to Lafaloy. The monster fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusive his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If something is the perpetrator's aim, it thus stands to reason that Arkasodara will be the primary targets. Tis the faith of the ancestors prevailed in this land. Many are developed adherents will. Where to go find him? Akali lies to the west, as I recall, the same directions as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. Settle then, keep our eyes peeled while we make for the village. Stop wasting the EXP I get from discovering the location. I do not need Smasya, but the elevator on him might provide a better vantage point. You still must have from here either. Leave me alone, help somebody! Why are you here? Oh, they came looking. I don't know how to thank you. Took a moment to stop, think what I do, well, everything, and then those men came. They came to kidnap you. All right. Yeah, your people were being targeted. It's best you look refuge in the city. We have considered, me and the others, that fishing's all we know, the ocean's all we have. But you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I'm afraid some bear an unseemly resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken calling the tower Zot, House of Divinities in the old tongues, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous invitation that brings only death. That one's face so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thy outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we are forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them, but not tell us the divinity is their true nature. You come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you for peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course, we'll gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller. I asked my fellow villagers to do it. If please come to our village. We're good gods-fearing folk. All of us would be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest, Laos? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Oh, wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So 'tis the simulacra of the Thavanarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt exists there, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting the false gods like as not. I, as you said, would do well to study the religious traditions to Akale. Welcome to Akali, my friend. The name means wise beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please make yourself at home. Your comments have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourselves around and do the same. Any one of you can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old, Asveda, and they're free at this moment, as it happens. Asveda. You wish to know about the gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know whence you hail, but our island is home to many gods. They can be divided into groups. The Manusya and beings of wisdom assume the form of men, and Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they're divinities. Their forms and personality are many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All possess of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live our better lives. You doing, Justinian? Brian? Okay. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga deities, who looked like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods, possessing both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, Musa have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Yes, I have learned about your gods. While you were talking to the others, I remember something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch you in my home at once. A pleasure to wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll, which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. we would like to see it. Oh no. It's the sisters. Uh-oh. They are the Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? Three sisters. I apologize if I'm butchering every single name, but it is what it is because there's no voice acting for it. The center one is the eldest, the Sindurva, goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandurva, as a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindurva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manisya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they are revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. You have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he's venerated as the progenitor of the Akasudora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of the Razahan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legends holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, and nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident in the version you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. It is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. I believe it's time we sought out Kra's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nithana. According to Kra's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Wark, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nithana? Oh, how I envy you. She's beautiful, brilliant, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay, still alive. That's good.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Yep, looking sharp and dangerous.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here.
Jump away!
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Rare for a Sinian.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Well, we thank you for answering call. Many towers appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. The Crier ourselves is tied up with another investigation. Vobskun is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talisman that could nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast constriction to the ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we only studied the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back the satrap, bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruptions of primals. But the method tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we've been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, but here's where you and your blessing of light come in. Okay, sorry, he's always gonna do the thing. Thank you. Least you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater details later, but we'll be venturing the tower's field of influence, and so for your own safety, I'll First, test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, we will find other ways to make ourselves useful, seeing as all work point to collapse. I suppose, all work to the point I suspect you could do with more hands. We'll be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Enough trouble finding this place or climbing the hill, not at all accustomed to the physical strain. I'll give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering, taking inspiration from the tradition we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether thickness. I don't know why I said it like that. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. There should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall observe from a safe distance. Commencing the thorough exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing a thorough exposure. Retreat at this distance. You're not the subject. Why not the fall behind? Oh, I bet it. The thing bounces. You want me to step back? Okay. You strike with a power blast, there's no full effects. Confirmed, resuming test, please follow. What is this talking lamp thing? No effects. I'm good. Bowels, integrity holding. Confirm. Resume test will follow. My bowels are holding. Yes, my bowels are holding. That's 4 times, right? This will be the 3rd time? There are no effects. The blessing of light appears to keep you safe from harm. Subject 42 rated impressive. No low rated confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Strongest blast, you survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect the Lumitus, the supervising alchemist. You turned and on your knees, the promising this time. Come, let me take the deep off your hands. I should replenish the ether from when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea of any sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts.
You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assist me with another errand? You see, our talismans require the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient, the spirit weed. The herb grows not far from me. I would like to go harvest some. In the spate of kidnappings, however, we Axdoara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come to me as my escort? I'll come stay for your troubles, of course. I'm your debt. Let's head to the Kaja footsteps. It is situated on the road in the run east of Great Work. As though we're being followed. Look out! Oops. God, it's giving me a fright. I think the moment you're outside with the safety of the work, I think the sister has to come with me. Alright, I hope. Good, let's get it on. It's not far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. Here we are. Kaja's footsteps. Kaja was a great dancer, and those who followed her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I was set about harvesting at once. It would be so good as to stand a guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. There are really no other currents here. Northwest. Still close. Waiting.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Do you trust him?
Completely! Without the satrap and his line, Radzad Khan would not exist. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
Sorry, it's interesting that the D is almost completely silent.
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh something? Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Sounds a lot younger than I expected them to.
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I've been no spirit for the last go well. Thank you for keeping me watch. Let's get back to the great work, shall we?
With your help, we're a little bit closer to complete our talisman. This isn't much, please accept a token of my gratitude.
If you'll excuse me, I should return to my work on the talisman. You're both back, excellent. I have a message for Mrs. Nidana. It would seem the stores of the giant skull are running low. What? But last I looked, there was still plenty. It seems that was before Ruanja told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it needs new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain, but we'll need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone with kidnappers at large. I was loath that I am to press another task on you so soon. Might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to the hardiness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. And may we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nadana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survive are still in training. Bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Hamsa? Here are Hamsa, Bopuskun. If the creature looks familiar, it is because they are close kin to arrows of Dudus. Hamsa is long kept as livestock in Thapnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, larger loaders are raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the raiding the host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. There's where my errands takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If no objections, let us first make for our outpost. We set forth at your word. Yeah.
Kenny? 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 There's the part. You're ride and relax. The bird will do. Sure. Yeah, that's funny. Ward. Anusya against the Murgoth, who was cast down at the conflict sun. To the left of going no direction is a tower. It straddles a small isle. I can't switch classes because I have to do it with a 80+ class. Main part of the hatchery, the outpost itself is on the beach. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Who should it be but a young Varshan, an errand for the trip? I am His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, and we are honored to receive the Excellency's regard. And yet for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we've enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the frontline battle, no place for children. Your predecessors too often travel alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before me who went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands, wherever he may be, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I can do, I do my own volition, and gladly, I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if anything would befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nadine. Thank you. Who might this be? Nahanish by the looks of. Permit to introduce Vopus Convopus of the Airways and Contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, I say. Towers appear over there too, yes. Tell me, what is the situation like? I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers. Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We'll be glad of any items you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions you may have. Heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Has anything to tell me at Telephathoi? We know that the ones behind the tower, they declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let these bastards have the way. We'll fight them with everything high, like our Azorian and Far Eastern brothers. You should know about the tower? To be honest, we know a little less about it ourselves. This tower was not supposed to have taken the call and suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you expose yourself in the corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, and then our hopes still lie in the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. It occurs to me Evie have introduced our company. We are the Radiant Host, the military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with hitherto unknown threats such as now. We're training hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we have struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions, they came in force. We had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking of the soldier staff here. I hope it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub of Razahan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will be grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer, however. I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Right now, the path is straightforward. You need not but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, enjoy your time there till we meet again. Oh, Bird's pretty sly. Always towards the southeast, eh? The Hamza dashes off. Alright. I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Gun skull for the alchemists, you say? Of course they shall have it. They live entirely to deal with the tower. It is what we can do to provide them with materials that they need. Stack of the purest giant skulls, or aside for our alchemist friends. It's a little too simple, no? When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need to ask. Really? I thought... Dare I hope you have the giant skull? I do. Such fine smiths thinking to bring these. We now have everything we need to make the next prototype. One should be capable of passing the most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time to the true test, so please take your ease while we can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning. and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
Fandaniel.
Fandaniel? Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
Okay.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Trust in your alchemy.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
This is a rather finer bow than I expected. I won't complain. All that remains is board and be on our way. Become corrupted, do not stay behind. Of course, afraid this come to that. You must protect yourself. August can fulfill that role. You and your blessing are one of a kind. I was only for toppling this tower for all our sakes. Do not hesitate to do one, not whatever that may be. The longer I draw this, the more nice to become. Let us be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working!
Okay. Working?
And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
You shouldn't stand near a dark doorway.
What?
Okay, at least didn't go. They're like, well, all right, I'm in. Yeah, it's also, yeah, I guess it's like very strange that they just appear out of nowhere. These designs remind me of some other game. I don't know, maybe like Aliens or something, or Alien.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Yep, it was too good to be true.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
Once they're in, I can't do anything about it?
The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Visions of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Yes.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Or like an Allegan emperor or something? Oh god, here we go.
At your service.
Really? All the people I'm on, alright.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity.
Yeah?
Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled. And ripe for decay.
Yeah? So you enslaved the primals?
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence.
I know the emperor was called Zained?
For they were ever
X-A-N-D.
hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend. Our first and
Okay,
greatest.
he was the guy who resurrected Zand. Zained? And Exxon?
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Okay, so that's the tone of a nihilist, just, but not the maddened nihilist that you are now. Those are usually depressing, melodramatic, among other things. Not mad. Is that it? You have given up?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Where's Mistress Nadana? Manisha preserved just when we succeed in making a talisman. I must report this to one. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Something's gone awry. What happened? It was Vandana after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you want to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must threat warily lest we endanger Hana and the other captives. For the situation, Nidana's colleagues included, I called them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding skills, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved that her peril to herself, so let us make more skills that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Alchemist, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of this tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterated his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pro that you might personally discuss the protection and warding skills with you. And for our Eorzan visitors that bear invitation, in her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman creation. The fact came to the satrap's attention. In recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thank you in person, he would also discuss different avenues of collaboration, so if it is agreeable with you not accompanying me to Razahan for an audience of His Excellency. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you to the city. Bridge to it. All present, let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the hour, the city is currently in a state of high alert. Strict restrictions are in place for entry. You have been granted special permission and ask that you remain close to me at all times. Okay.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rods at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Ujabard.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Gonna get meet him.
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzatan.
Is that his actual mustache or is that his scales?
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Who was taken?
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
You reckon?
Nay.
He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
It's always been a dragon.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Great horn you have.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the First Brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility, when it seemed all would be drowned in blood. Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wind."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warmblood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the First Brood, but as the ruler of Radzat Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power to dispel its wicked influence, yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagelthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Harn, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Okay, we're going back. Meanwhile, exposed. Now we're clear objective ahead of us. There's joining comments Charlie on muster super crew for 4 in the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the SR report about unless you can force and enjoy the volume nausea.
Of course, I'm a monkey, dummy.
Oh, inviting me to join. You can support another or want your card as a friend. You know who are akin to the Mad King. Instead, we probably return to the old rule. Humble monk, this I have sworn to myself. Gildred never existed. There was only a Wither Belt. We should do Star Witch's Law, teaching a Fist of Rogar. Do what your heart tells you. I put this request to work out the Fist of Rogar. When you translate your resistance, it will want your freedom, must pay for 5 keep it. Free to service wall. I'm trained probably myself, always Swift and very keen to learn. You're dead. My visit to Temple of Fist, I will pay my respects. I hardly need my permission for that. Let's all go together. One more time. It was pretty cool. I was a monk, and I watched that Stormblood cinematic. Gun sister, all in gun, fire and smoke. Thanks to your efforts, Faye's begun to rise from the ashes. Least of all, man. That's probably push me forward. Well, amigo. Pass me to regardless the same. There's much no need for words. Where's the words for me? Please do let them know that all is well. I think it. Just was getting used to Blindwraith Avenue. We're back in chilly Charlotte. Take her not to catch your death, eh? We need the battles to come. When it appears to be here, take a stop with development discoveries. Should we share the findings of our respective locales? There's that weird moth lady in the background.
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodral by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alvanon's in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
He can heal me.
and I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Oh, it just goes right there. Or... our friend Rosa, you and yours will lead the mission in the tower, I'm told. The warning scales will be delivered soon. Until then, please stand with the boat. We're ready. When your fellows away, we'll direct them to join you. Pray for safety and success. Be sure if there's I think I just stick to boats. No warning, however, empathetic could have prepared me for that. I kinda wish we were a little late by fighting fit, mostly. I need to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Vashon, I suppose? Indeed. Would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. Humble that you should see the fit and trust of your warning skills. We can invest as much to his excellency. Please accept him with my blessing. We can go anywhere where these blessings of lights can go. Okay. You can finally break our monopoly on Prinos. We're waiting for this day. Review the strategy. Divide into two groups. Breaks the tower defense to look at its core. Where's the attend to the prisoners who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings? The tower brings forth shall be daily as myth. By prior experience of Zero, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. Come to the operations at your word, my friend. With me with Avnir, the entire world, we must prevail. They come with you anyway. What is this? Bonk. Cool. Oh no. We're gonna fight the sisters. Oh, I'm scared. Doink. What is this? Druva? Druva is no chill. I got hit? Really? Huh. Doink. You don't like her debuffs, that's true. Doink. Doink. Cool. Oh, I think I remember what this reminds me of now. Reminds me of like Dragon Age dungeons. Like the design of the fleshy bits and all the sinews and stuff. I'm using salt right now.
Meow, 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 meow. Wow, it's odd.
Haven't seen these in a while.
Clap. Clap. Clap.
Dork? Zots. What? Go! Blackarinos! Or slap? Andruva. Yeah, okay. Thing.
Doink. Doink. Doink.
Brother.
Neato. Doink. Hello, Subiang. Doink.
I should not doink. Should have told my buddy instead. Oh. Tallest and most projected tower. 3 sisters. Oh boy, all 3.
Indruva.
Okay. Oh, way on my dark side here. Kind of risky.
Doink. Doink. Doink.
I can't commendate anybody. Is this a symbol?
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
You guys sure gonna get everybody out?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be
Did you
correct.
take that into account when we destroy the core?
And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
Uh-huh.
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Please no more teleportation magics.
I pray I'm not too late.
Club Gratia's here. There's all been a fucking tragedy. The tower's up and exploded, everybody died.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Huh?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Okay. Are they okay?
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies.
More
Call on the
Porksies!
local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Transport Razahan. Alize Shtola will oversee the administration of tempering treatment, with support from those who knows the healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once Momo catch your breath. Enough rest. You never want to be an idle, right? Vashan get us to Mekta Duta at our earliest convenience. They will join us once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Since I can tell you in this should go ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the court. Like Grahan the Alchemist scare, you see. Best fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen's jar. Just you and me then. The guardsman of the gate should be with us too. Free to enter at your leisure. You can leave my post and make your own way. Should you require direction, the sentry station found on the top of the gate steps should be able to assist you. There wasn't before. This place is a verbal maze. I was getting lost a bit. Ask directions since you're at a fountain. Lead the way. Don't expect the actors, tour guides, or others. Alright. Master Bulbus, currently I see an audience with the satrap. If you require direction to the Magaduda, I would gladly provide them. The satrap's residence is a Dharma, the highest place of Razahan. To get there, I only recommend a route that takes you above the Bazaar to the city's north. Through the state's alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and are disabled. Oh my god. I'll provide you an alternate path. Send the steps, takes to the fountain, and continue left. There are more steps on the emergent progress path. Yeah, okay, sure. That's straightforward enough. Heading to Magduda, includes following the stairway that helps the stairs and entering a century. Incidentally, I live to find workshops of fibers, free to observe on it. Take the long not to lose your way. Alright. Passing by here of Ashan, the situation being with you regret not being able to show us the sights. Likely to return to normal here. You ought to pay another visit. It's confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful.
Quack!
Greetings, may I inquire after your business? Number 77 document position, it's excellency. Of course, we've been expecting you. I'll show you to the audience table, will you please follow me?
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Khan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Yeah.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the aid age, when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Jaw is so big.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
Dad said that?
He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
God, I want her hoodie.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Yep. I know of your dad. My dad.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. entwined too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Rita, Pabalimo, Lady Irisheart, Dum Dum Amphilia, Watcherful.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
What are you two talking about? Nothing? Very well if you say so. Tell that gone head to the High Crucible, let's catch up to them. Need more fucking Archon love. Turn to High Crucible, let's return to the Orchard. No more Archon love. No more Archon love. I was supposed to follow path left and past the mulberries. Turn out the door straight ahead and the stuffs. Good cause I'm feeling compared to Razahan. Go your direction, hard to get your bearings. Let's see where the door takes us. Thor Plaza. There isn't much far to go. We need to cross the other side and pass the larger dude. The High Crucible lies beyond. The other way, let's go. Come, let's go. We found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then.
We're never gonna get a Damaska storyline, are we? It keeps getting referenced, it just feels weird not being there.
Meanwhile, I think
Like,
it best that you and the
at a
others
real
take the
hub of a
talismans back
city
to the
instead of
Balgessian
just like an
annex.
alliance raid.
We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh. Welcome back. The line 11.
You're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Hi.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows.
This is essentially the catalyst for the final confrontation, in which its ether is able to replicate the emotions of the people in the land that's living it. Sorry about that. I'm speaking with my fault. Then the final showdown will be, if we all have the hope, we'll be able to triumph over whatever it is that needs to be triumphed.
Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
So like any good storyteller, like in Shadowbringers with Ardbert, where you put the final, how do I say it, the key to defeating whatever evil that needs to be defeated, or at the end Tanix or whatever, you put the lead in front of the narrative so that it would make sense once the final confrontation is due to begin, or whatever is the case. So in this case, for our guiding light, it is indeed Heidelin and this thing she describes.
The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Okay. Too bad Crusoe Library safe in storage. We'll wait for the others to return for our respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. I think we should get some rest in the meantime. For an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the first. As much, change your sheets, pump your pillow. Alright. Maybe I'll take a look at new improved lodging now. Absolutely.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Oh god. Tell me Archon loves
We've
to Jimmy.
bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart. What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tloforoi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
You wanna push on Dodon?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Achievement. Feeling refreshed. I was about to make my own studio as it happens. I want to try to speak with Golok Montichine? Thank you for your prisoner rostra. Esther, you come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we already departed Thavnir. Knowing him, he's probably been hoping to choose the cut of his former students. Whenever he's still in the others, I thought, no, pay him visit. Care to join me? Settled. The twins will be coming through. Assuming Alpha can tear. Ah! Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. There's no reason for parties. Perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a while. Maybe the best. The others should return. Tell me would not wait long. Hey, go for a stroll. Scholark himself was here. In this case, what we're waiting for. Too eager seeing though, I'm so in dread of the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes this. How not of all people worry over his reputation? At our alma mater, no less. Will Matt Hunters ever cease? Cease. You understand soon enough. Off we go. The Domnon. I say you made a note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Most of the space is taken up by expensive auditorium. It also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of invention offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studio, it was established from the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though, with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, the 437nd year of the 6000 era, a phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studio officially opened as a place of learning. The long study here is, without question, the world's leading authority in astrology, the arcane, the occult, the astronomy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. It was dangerous giving the grand tour with new students. Indeed, once in I'll try how many times you have recited the same foppish street, such as undying love with the host stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest standard student, graduate of top honors, magic arts, anthropology, undisputed champion of debating chamber. Well, you both changed to the same age then. From what I understand, you're equally prodigious scholars. As you say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certain not the student's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in shadows? Nothing else. Just remember that this was where the legend Alphinaud Lavier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapees. Hopefully, we'll be someone more welcome here than when we were in the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphinaud, and I would really like that my work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like present. First, let's look for the scholar Montichine. Montichine. Pretty sure G and E is. I'm just gonna call him Montichine. Other faculty said to forget their offices, but unfortunately for us, he found him wandering wherever his whims take him. Let's split and ask as soon as they've seen him. Alphinaud, the Alphinaud, and he and his sister Mazabel, his grand. No, there's only one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions, fast approaching. Spread the word. Sorry, you said we're looking for the Skylock? No, he can't be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Aliapo? Are you lost? Wandering in the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a training gleaner off Fry Fowler Guild ship? I'm right, aren't I? Also, me, the orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Surge's Meet. This is so here. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. What's the second one? Is it why that's simple? Everything else. That's what we deal here in the Surge's Meet. Wherever the students or tutor find themselves in need of equipment and materials that come to us, we don't have any stores where we have gleaners find it. Honestly, I don't believe someone requests regret. Eye of the pies of this, tongue of giant giganto that. Doesn't make your hair stand out, which is possibly what some of our students trying to accomplish as being a school magic after all. As our newest gleaner, you have your work cut out of you. I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I mean, I've checked out many things in my time, but I ain't a gleaner. You're telling me you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for Skylark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock. I can't. Oh, you mean him? He was here. Now he's not. I did speak to him shortly before arrived. He's always on his way to the Maker's Meet. Go back the way can you see it opposite in the laboratory. So our home the rare and curious on the mission line for great incidents. If you lose your way, just join the blood curdling stream. Ha! It's time to tell me all of this. Scarlet's probably already left. Business finding him. I'm feeling you need it. I was here a while ago. He had me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall mentioning him what he was planning on next. When we parted away, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Found him!
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Kind words.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Magic.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Soul as the paper. Okay.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Be full.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
Huh.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope
Okay.
not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents, Personally, I consider each equally probable.
It's you.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Given much over, it feels like we're one step closer to understand form streamer and mystery of life for good measure. We didn't intend expressing my gratitude only to leave more dead than before. I feel this finishing support would be a great boon to us the days to come. And those head back to Anna, express on the way you could better acquaint yourselves with Quia Poe as the scholar I suggested, while I share your findings with Waha. Troopers didn't prove most educational. Your way received word from fellow Scions. Explaining the use of the warding skills was met with much joy. Preparation on the way bring the leadership of the Grand Company or the Eastern Alliance to the different way forward. Our friends have asked what we bring the skills and present to Lumsa Lumsa. So can we go over offensive? It's too early to say the least, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but I see what a waste of Wilbrand. Skills out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? I really crystal heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vitron the alchemist here works with the heart and soul in every single one of these skills, so you treat them with utmost care. Are you not coming with us? Especially like the skip and forms of watching grace and a little choice but to stay behind. We're really on thin ice and inviting my company official purposes or to fund the consortium of foreign power as well. You can imagine how that will go. We should remain here and do my ways to avoid ruffling any more feathers the way that Master Praetorian and our other allies. We have good news for our own share. The tide is about to turn and feel it. Limsha low Minsha! Oh, wait, this actually stays on the quest log now? Weird. Alright, I'm ready. I can't wait for Charlotte on such notice. The country would be honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. There's no way the discussion being conducted in person. We're locked in the war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. Only a matter of time before we're overwhelmed. We will be claimed to decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. Sure, we will learn all we could in a second. Might I ask your plan details? It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize potential to the fullest. During your time, Charlie and the allied nations have engaged in separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, the surge in abduction of kobolds, Hagen, Ixel, and Ananta have given rise to increasing number of pyrons as well, but your triumph at Razahan had given us hope to once more. Now we can free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Silence of the Downs, who have shown us the way. While the Buccaneers will continue to hold the Telefoid boy, we will dispatch your finest to strike at enemy's hard Golemald. He's brave, he will be a Ilzabard contingent. I think such words remain in such a short span. His objectives are twofold. First is to provide aid to the people of Golemald. Previously reported, constant personal civilians have been tempered rather very well. They serve the Telefoid every whim without question. We too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic gain, but because it is the right thing to do. To be honest, we set aside decades of conflict onto us that we simply choose to forgive and forget. As only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. And then we can agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Uranger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the tower's was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same would be said about the Telafoi. We are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. Our wishes Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. It would appear to substantiate by Yshtilla's analysis of the tower's influence of the Theor currents. Based on their observations that the tower's out, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if that was being redirected to a larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that, regardless, once we have uncovered the truth. We'll bring the schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. All well and good, but what would you have us do? As soon as more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your skills to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider an official request from both the Grand Company Rewards and Easter Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald, for revenge against... Can't put it better myself. Should Tinker and Raja ever pledge their support are on the way to meet this rest of the contingent too. Positive view will come to the same decision as did. Luckily for all involved, prediction was correct. As you deliver the warning scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on his journey to Ilzbar. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations to make yourself known on prompt arrival. Pack warm clothing first and without the cold do you in before the Telefloid so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. Another one was a great diversion. Now go, safe and knowledge always will be as you left it, bitter or upon your return. Upon your return, you've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. The warning scales of yours are what made this whole adventure possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be the leading contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations to the cohesive units. Once we've been seen all off, it's back to our respective posts. We did not neglect our duties for too long. At least our defensive falls in disarray. Just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilzabard contingent. For the very suggestion we sent out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid to the Guardians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Oh no, do I do my best, truth be told. I'd much rather be outside charging the fray. Alas, the battle is my own to fight, where words may serve me better than the blade. I hate to say, the Lord, my struggles mirrors my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace from our mind, knowing that if Rosa is in safe hand, as you fight a good fight in Ilzbar, I and the other commander will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. I think we're both. Meet again. Hey! There's a curse we part ways and Warlet, and from what I gather, the protective talisman obtained led to formation of explosionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I share with a maximum. For the sake of people in Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. You're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you had a stake in this. I do it in a lot of why I laid waste my whole life and slayed my people. And though every moment of my being cries for vengeance, I'm not gonna be the one to deliver. My presence alone will place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunge Garlemald in chaos. Whether the travel available condition won't give Convert ample cause to question my motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate a return to former Legatus and attempt to raise me in a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the conditions in the mission. Whether I'm branding a villain or hapless hero, I will only hinder your efforts. I understand. Well, it's in your hands. I will defend in my dying breath. For the sake of my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the Governor Willett intends to offer refuge to the fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. You guys rather unique sons, and instead we assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reason, I love Garlemald and duo, so I stop nothing to protect her and people. Well said, might I ask you to escort a friend inside? May bump into old acquaintance or two, and if you don't see you again, you depart. May the fear guide and protect you, all of you. Well, where we go? The other members of the Uzbek contingent are gathered at the Royal Palace. Should you inform them of your arrival? Speaking their way soon inside as soon as you're ready. The remaining members of Science, your friend most of the Uzbek contingent awaits you from Mill. Would you like to see these through? Yes.
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades.
You're coming way out.
Included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Or as some of the pugilists, and of course, I never did any of the similar quests or healer quests, whatever, but I recognized they're from Gridania.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Buttons card.
Wait, I know you. The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
You're coming? Oh my god. Alright.
Lord Emanolaine!
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Give it, Melanie. Get out of here. Fancy footwork. All that stands between us and certain do.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh, you sent them?
Forgive us for coming late.
We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance. Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamiga. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. but for our homes and for our people. And a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
We swallow pride. Alright. There's delegates assembled here at the Malja, and so others try to offer some troops on. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many will struggle simply to survive the harsh climate of Ilsbard. They also like to prove tempting targets for reduction by the Lothaloi. All things considered, they can be better aid the cause of bolstering our defensive warriors, although the eagerness to do so have been noted. We few shall have to surprise. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding skills to comrades. Can you do the honors? This is for you. I was supposed to be stealing another mission that countryman I betrayed. Technology will not disappoint. The future of Ishgard, Garlemald, I will lead us victory.
Judo, hi.
I've ever caused your fist shall bring the lava to the knees. You should espy any beautiful meanings thereabouts for us sing the praises. Charming answer before the letter contains something actually inspiring. Forget this note exists. Focus about our head. Oh, is that because I started out as a monk? Yeah, I don't see any other NPCs here. I certainly don't recognize them. So Chichideo is my sole representative. That's pretty cute. Tempering ways, is that the right term? To the old mountain where I was waiting girl mode. Can see on the grave where it belongs. Yeah, I do. Good talking pretty little things, didn't they? Probably worth the guild too. We'll hold on to them for now. Oh, you're telling me what did they say in the ice guard instead? Bugger if I know. All the admirals that come to Ilford told me that they needed some help to safeguard the future. Here I am. I say I got a good sense of humor. Alright. Gonna need these. They're famed warding skills? Enough for me and my men. Well, a lot of the travelers have powers to it. The other Caesar, however, has granted me special permission. Because being a lend the magic to the people around me, letting all the ways you can do. In doing so, I'll come close to myself and my place in the war, so she says. But no, that we hide our light under a bushel and intend to address that criticism. I think with the whole dirt tongue. Thanks, I do. Did you find your lady yet? Nope, still haven't found your lady yet. Hey, Serena. This is not in time to strike together, stand together, fight in darkness, shine the light of life. The words of justice, Doma's Othar has been plagued by towers, yet he could not be here. He wishes to share his conviction. He can do labor to reunite the people. Without rest to reunite the people, there we will keep the enemy at bay. Okay. Criticize to my people. I may even told where at the cold of Ishbar. I cannot stress enough. There's no token warning. We just especially made warm tinctures, courtesy of Alchemist Guild. There are no substitute proper protection. Other provisions said protection over discretion. Now let us proceed to Almagan Quarter. Making preparations of pilots ready to their ships.
The best of the best, sir, with honors.
There are a lot of chances to make ready before we set forth. You don't worry about Ranja that we still have a little reward in the realm as before. Astenian claims to be quite warm and toasty in his army, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. What's the other one? We'll be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you will do the others, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I couldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. I've only time to find something in my liking. Hark! Is that the cry that sounds in need of tailor, I see? Tato? But how?
I'm my ways. Oh, yes, indeed. You thought I'd sneak out those bar without telling me? Huh, nothing escapes my notice.
Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Oh, okay. There is just no way. What do you need, Neilhart? Wait, are you coming with us?
What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion.
Rather, I'm pursuing the highest quality of fashion. Besides, how can I expect others wearing my creations that I've never worn them myself? They have one thing to share. Artemis and Bilwina. I'll return to Simon's Farland. If staying at the Rising Stones, keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. I'll be running things back at headquarters. I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Shalion? Why not? You keep Cryo Company about the Annex. I'd love to see you there, and I heard Company and Bilwina did a fine job carrying on in our set while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of Rising Stones, we should have nothing to worry about.
That's exactly. Also, one company won't go collapsing again because the general company who shall remain nameless is in a position to transfer souls to another role. If anything similar disasters were to happen, I'll be in position to do something about it. Anyways, I got a few things to take over that I'll make my way to Charlotte. I do hope these new clothes will be enough to keep you warm in gauntlet mode. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you. Other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's keep the ninja waiting longer. Here, your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. See reception. Totoro is ever trying to retain her composure as she pursues off the perilous journey. Well, your husband seemed to meet you. There he is. This is where I said, boys, do be careful, won't you? What? All in blackmail? What are you talking about? The cult? Oh, you mean the best of the best? I don't know, meet you. I was referring you regarding the condition to cross the mountains and into Garland mode. For many of us, it would be something of a homecoming, unless you found our most notable Imperial defector. Flowers and company committed to the expedition. I couldn't talk to them though, so yeah. It must have something to do with your starting class. Or is it at your disposal? There's other who would be further assistance. Please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I'll ready the engines. Double cutscene to play a sequence. Alright. Where are we going?
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range.
Again.
Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
You're closing the lower ranks hyperbole? Like, why did you just couldn't get the eagles? Why didn't you just get the eagles to do it? Why didn't they just throw the ring into outer space?
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Nice armor. You, however, did not deign to wear armor.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
It's Glaive.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
Does he?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Supply deeper. So we're gonna play as Thancred. Press 1 a lot.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
This Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal.
We're playing Thancred.
If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Seems to answer that question.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Hello. Okay. Commence.
Keep your wits about you.
Press one a lot.
You only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh, I'm not going that way. I'm being forced to step up.
Oops. Ah! Must be losing my touch.
I don't think I can confuse on this man. Or a little bit funny if I Del killed this thing. Both missions, chat. Yeah. What's the range on this? Hey, go, Vale. Have a good sleep. I can only... Okay. Can we just ignore the magic tech or dart dogs? Are you kidding me? Ah, get in there. Every time a non-stealth game designs the stealth section, it always ends up this way. Boom! See here.
Damn, spotted.
I like they added the portraits.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Oh, he's trying to get out now. Wasted my stealth there. What?
Seven hells.
Oh, bad. Ooh. I'm just gonna go past these guys, really. That's the control panel. Draw? Hey, dude.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Okay. The real Lisboa conditions supply caravan. I blame myself as myself.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Listen to their wargs.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
Screw it up. Oh.
Yeah.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe. savior of Ishgard is here!
Guys good?
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Win?
Crazy son of a bitch just stood there.
Just using another perfect form here.
You lot alright back there?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Hear that?
Good.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
The front? Good. Wait. Where you on?
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Is that the way scenario? Gunglaive is crazy
That's
large.
Begilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I'm a coming.
Pitter patter, pitter patter.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Take out nothing.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Oh, where were you, Pippin?
We have them now! Forward!
Oops. I meant to do that. Straight up, bad.
Right! Let them have it!
You won't kidding when I say there's no one. Stuff.
That's her! Gillian!
Do not fall behind!
You got this. Can't help you. Breathe. Guys? Thanks, Yang. Bombs.
Is everyone all right?
This is a lot of people falling. NPC boss thing. Yep.
Your lord die!
Got it? Oh, right. AoE, but I guess I'm not gonna AoE. Oops. Lunar to not eat again for no reason. Kind of low.
Tremble before the sun!
Chaotic.
May your screams fill the air!
Shit. Oh, almost fist. Of course you. Always like her to steal the show, eh? Knocked out. I used the meteor to knock them out. Get that Gunglaive away from her, please.
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
Boy, still trying to get laid.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Giant eyeball on top.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
You're gonna name it Broken Glass? Or you're gonna name it Crunch? What is this town called? Literally Broken Glass, wow. God damn it. This is the new map, right? Okay. Nothing though? Despite the obstacle we face, our plans proceed at pace. Just a little further and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. There's another camp made. It's been made to fit our purpose. We'll discuss the course of action, Lucia. Would you mind asking Stola and Graha to join us in the building northeast of the camp? I'll say and I'll meet you there. Not a lot of people here. A meeting? I'll make a more once the place has been cleared. We don't have swords since we arrived. They are thick with a bubble aura of malevolence. Monster's tower of horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even this, his presence is overwhelming. Especially the sensation of fellow tower is odd, only far more terrifying. Either flows unceasingly towards it, conjuring a swirling mass of unfathomable power, or blessing from chill in the air is helping anchor my senses here and now. I'll tell you those should be with you in a few moments. I'd be pleased to know that most of the temper is quartered inside the nearby buildings for treatment as we speak. I do feel no small amount of guilt commandeering civilians' homes. The occupants may have long gone exactly as they left it. Considering laying the time that clearly passed since no one could expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible everyone fled the first sign of trouble, though it seemed to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. There is no conclusive evidence, no suspect they've been penetrated. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned your meeting, I'll take my way there. The cold and dreary place. There's what the people are. Thank you for informing others. While everyone's here, we'll begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Bark, cease.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telothroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
It's simply an understatement. I suppose there's nothing else I need to do. Wait, is farming 7 ice fields?
This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Alright. This cold tether was causing I dread to think I would fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too, while the people of Garland spent their whole lives in conditions they seem to hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes, they're any surprised we might find them quickly. What ho, chumps? Begin given something to do, have you? As a habit, I do in order to make myself useful. As a rather tall order. You ask if this god there blood rhyme for survivors. What? Under I feel the off chance you'll find someone? Take further finish off without the benefit of my expertise, more specifically my telescope. Come find somebody spot to begin our search. I probably regret this. That's all I do remember. Little telescope. A massive sheep thing? It's a cow? No, we're after. Is it either current? No, it's just a wind sprite. No. What did I see over yonder hillock? That's a girl! Sorry, show me. Behind a tree, she's running away from something. Not us, she wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. She's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. I'll be to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where we're heading. And take these warm tinctures of you. The bone of the rich freezing to death. When you need some for yourself? I'll be fine. I'm Mass Shiver. My honor demands do no less. The Ververs are here to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. I'm sure at first she's inside. The door doesn't look like it opens sometimes. She's nearby. We'll keep looking out here. Is it possible she ran past this place? Would you mind searching up ahead? Is that a rolling watermelon? What do you have a rolling watermelon with you? Anxious around surrounding. Read the call out, it might attract wild beasts. Get closer. Wait, without getting her attention? Or was it with getting attention? When the failure, if you are noticed, make use of cover as rocks approach her without being seen. The object also end in failure, fall too far behind. Did you fail the current or did you track and return those in direction? There's not a lot of hiding places here. Man, that's just normal mom now. This used to be a boss, you know? Alright, why are we stalking her? We're playing the red light, green light thing. Do I want to? Like... I'm not sure if I should, like, actually... go up to her. Yeah. Stop making those ucky sounds. Yep, just a chocobo here. Don't worry about it. Over. You discovered a new location. Or is she just gonna go? I gotcha!
For you, stay back. This house is packed with explosive. Yeah, blow this place sky high.
Please, would you want to talk? Our good friend Vobiscum. No intention of hurting, taking anything or anything else, I give you my word. We're comrades to provide aid to the people of Gralmold.
You savages were responsible. You did this to us.
We didn't, I promised you. Whenever we came to find out what happened here, in fact. The Lawful are the ones blind. They're the one that laid wars to Gralmold. They won't stop them to destroy the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. And when we killed Imperial soldiers had been made their thralls, the posts are now in our care. We have threatened to cure them with affliction. For the person we met, who wasn't already enslaved, how were you able to escape the Lawful influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you with several introductions. Can you tell me your name? Lincinia? How managed you stay alive? I've been asking the same question ever since that night in the war. The terrible roar and the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I don't remember. I can't remember. The silence, everything. So, working out for a night there. And then maybe fighting at stop, so I step outside. If your hell wasn't real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people know my eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Those were mad and modest. Mr. Circle soldier, I didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs could take me. Game familiar? Is this their home? This is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retiring soldiers. Until it was, me and a few others are borrowing it. That's very so. I was making that up. I just want to keep everyone else. I don't know if you were. The truth is, supplies running early. Save your help, can you? Whatever this is a reply, we will. Thank you. I better tell the other first. Wait here. This is everyone? This is it. You can be trusted, but these are different times would be fools to have foreign troops in their homes. Having said that, we provide the means of heating the place as well. Google. Perhaps it'll take you at your work. If that's too much gas, then leave us be. And put a firework gathering skills to use. Could it provide the spark of a little magic out of the day? No fire burning in no time. And then we'll build another gazebo? Oh, you mean the bower? Yeah, do as you will. Finding it hard to come to terms with what happened. Now you're here, though. I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I'm worried out quite as well from all the running about, so I'll leave this space around the fire for the others. In far worse state than me, we're probably gonna look for somewhere warmer for more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Is there anything I can do to help them? Frostbite and wounds, so it takes some fire to do its work. Good occasion to make use of a melon tincture. So when you give everybody, would you make sure everybody gets one? Yeah, sure. Return with a vengeance. That radio. No, I'm trying. Going to Sarah is nothing but ruins now. Fuel things then offer no more than meager protection when there's snow. Food protection, water purification, magic sustain has a grinding halt. What magnet remains operation can be run. But the lag is to ruin, of course. It's really Ignis his fault is for all the good does. As no one knows how to first thing artification or refinement. Oh, sweet libation is this. Is this poison by any chance? Was a joke. If I laughed, to smoke, may not weep, so said the poet. Alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek as it fell. We're blessed damn to bear witness to the fall of the Grand Empire, while if everyone lies dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. And cacophony of gunfire, explosion of screams, our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the seafold remnants, a lavish finery caked in ash as they shoveled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps the architecture of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait for my fellows cowered for my final judgment. Point to point over there. What do you want? Think sure, might as well drink, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to matches by others, even over great distances. At different times, this one is by most far the most popular. Maybe quality components carved the finest source from locus ammonius, that is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcast station must have fled or ended up like this, because they've all been hearing the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, the the brave men went to reclaim our industrial homeland of locus ammonius. We have found an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder, though, we must suffer great hardship. Better days will surely come. Because everything I believe Emperor lives, and he speaks to us through our radios. His cunning strategy for faking his murder. He wasn't foreseeing his catastrophe, chosen to conceal him so that he may one day make his triumph to return. I'm sure Emperor would not be defeated so easily. Poison. Okay, thank you. I'll save for later. Yeah, ask away. Daring Electum? I saw Legatus Regilius troops heading towards the Magna Galicius a few days ago. Are you the ones you encountered? Broken glass, you call it. Regalia and our men are all there now. When you reached the Magna Galicius, did you climb mountains on foot? Oh no, airship. Then there might be a way to... Lycinia? Where is everyone? Is something the matter? This is just me. A voice from inside? Huh, he must be imagining things. Everybody's out there. Grab the baby honesty found his way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. But the soldiers scared them off. Why don't they roam close to the settlements? Some have been known to attack people too. I've just got an idea. If you and you're strong enough to defeat Legatus, then surely a few beasts wouldn't pose a threat. You're not going to help us, so you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job is to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've tried asking them if they could share the fuel, so if they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And something we don't have, can't get our own. On top of that, to even reach them, we have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in their place? Only ceruleum will last until they're strong enough to travel to your camp. If I still stands, I don't know if give your own supplies, but there may be another way to pay the tappers. You better watch out for baby Almusties. Oh, away. Oh yeah, of course. If I say anything, I'll sure shoot them away. You need to cross the lake. Ice is thick enough, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll take the long way around. Finding entrance can be a bit tricky. Look at someone standing guard outside. When you decided to head that way, please be careful. Okay. Who goes there? How do you find us? What do you mean I stand out of some? The pure bloods over the victor's spoils and give away lecture. You never found us. Stuck up assholes. They come waltzing in there, demanding Cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Looks like boots of the other foot. One out of the competitor was gone to shite. He's already sending you to negotiate your game, Sellsword. You think we're gonna give him intimidation? Yeah, another thing coming.
You silly doofuses.
There you are. Oh, hi.
Specifically, Luciana asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let us slip that have little experience in transferring barrels to Cerulean. Well, this is Tapperstone. Well done there for you.
On to the guards.
I beat them up.
Wasn't rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hell would you pass up this chance to put the Imperial bastards to the sword? I guess none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Yerbania, Yangsha, Bosja, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against their will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting their Sarua. I'll give them the esteemed title of Anne, placing us firmly to the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escapes more or less unscathed is Cerulean Ingans. Still sustaining us, even though our paymaster's out of the picture. Well, heard you're experts in drawing up Cerulean for the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? When you like to know. Trade secrets, I'm afraid. Anyway, if not as if Cerulean was used for much these days, what with the city in ruins, it would take enough to power our heaters and save surplus for later. And though it helps save the go, it does sort off about our hunger unless we can trade it away. In which, be sure to tell your contingent we got Cerulean about the barrelfold interested. We exchange for provisions they're willing to share. We can certainly ask, we're free to go now. Why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'll be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills required working here are practically useless outside Garlemald. Staying here for the time being, as long as we need Cerulean, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ozbak contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, or for others, their whole way of life would have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best it is co-signed to history, but what of the ordinary people that lives their story, should they be forgotten too? We have plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some Cerulean. So you're seeing some Cerulean, are you? What does Purebuzz put at Victor Spoil send you? To turn their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucinia got a little sister to think about. A sister? Well, we only saw Lucinia and 3 men. It's all she died for whatever was ailing her. She needs to remember the other anyway to get her around here. And refused Lucinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange back and spare them. The bottle's worthless, really. Because they're reward for trading with the risk contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I would like me to think of why Luciana would keep her sister a secret from us, but I'm gonna ask about after we deliver this Cerulean. Come on, let's hurry back. It's too quiet. I would have thought Elfenot would still be treating them by the fire, but nowhere to be seen. I look inside hell as you search outside. They can't have gone far. Oh no. Elfenot got... Did he get kidnapped? You, Bill. Here. What the? You getting in a fight? What the hell? What's going on? They asked me to help carry supplies. When I followed them back there, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend us out of fear. They fared rather worse than me.
Yep, boss, we know what you're about. Vultures, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in one you swoop. Here to help but rot. All ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put yourself at mercy, put us in chains, steer our lands, get your revenge.
That's not what any of us want.
If August related, we got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and the bed was still warm.
It's true, Lucia was hiding a sixth sister inside the house. Where did she go?
Now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go?
Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my mind, people.
We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister Zell, the empty bottles prove us some medicine right now. She put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or divorce sounding the clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. Why would you let them go alone?
Protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with some sorcery used to slay our countrymen. The Garlean would sooner die than suffer insult. It's better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We're waiting for a chance to free them. Since the moment you arrive. Well, this is getting us nowhere. Gonna say Helen City has sister react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries in there, so I'll join you later and search after. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. Let's go. There's only one path away from here, so this is correct. The fresh fruit, young woman judging on the side. Definitely them. Come on. The trail stops at frozen rag. Pastor chose this route as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other words. Look at the place. Crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how it must be for aliens to cross the eyes. We could really do the elf in the hunt, but we can't afford to wait to miss but and look for clues. Crashing the mound, the victim may have been severely wounded. Southeast. Okay. Are they dead? Wow. Collapse to the cold reality again. Motherfucker. Die, eh?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Aye.
No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Must be something we could have done. But what? Would we never come here? Would it be alive if we hadn't come here? We already caused enough harm. That's for sure I can't be causing anymore. As for those inside, I was just someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make a report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. Now this thing go no more. Come. As I have a lot of time to finish a preliminary search for survivor. If anyone's saying much more than that, could I willing to provide details? I might ask for your account.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
Don't be. Good job.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Aye. Tower of Babel, eh? Be smoted by
We have
God.
something to show you.
The radio?
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Me, I'll pick me.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Your mother said I'll let you go 2 by yourselves.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Alright. These invited guests are urged to observe proper social etiquette and get themselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will worry sick if you're gone too long. May the very watch over and keep you. Are you in charge? I'll explain around when we're outside our camp. Anyone attempts to follow with the Hawks, we will not attack, take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Listen carefully. Head over a hill and follow the road until we reach the Limno Station 4. Once you where I can see you. You do have names, you know. Alize, Zonfana, last of all, there's Vopscon. We never heard that before. Alphanon and Alize watch your road ahead while we bring up the lair. I wasn't lying about being in many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter or run towards the station. If you think about going for your weapons, that deals off. Should any creature bar away, we go around them. He will accompany you, Alize, begin moving towards the destination. Alright. If I leave him, you'll lose sight. Alright, I gotta start again. But what the? Hill? Following you guys? You guys are running straight into the bear. Okay. Oh dear. Terrifying. First stop, that is. Because your friend knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you kept your side of the bar, we can carry on. More running? North of Reggio de Moria, one main residential alleys of wars. The veil roam the streets in packs, so tails of shreds given the chance to keep close, no wandering off, understood? I left the hallway. Well, the route is still straightforward. Getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They will attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Try to avoid this, should sneak back and play notice are slow at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we're seeing you have to fight them off. If you want us to follow, provide the refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they'll be foolish enough to try to stab their guy in the back, I will not take that chance, but let's proceed. If the animation went that way, would hit that guy. See what karma shows you. Continue as a cure for the afflicted, temporary was call him. He would not need to take into custody to make administrative treatment, but they would eventually gain their sanity. That's so, for I know your treatment is simply forced them to forsake one master for the other. My legion are considered they're no longer our people, they're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with our butcher for the bleeding hearts. Come, we gotta keep moving. We're not being followed, we will continue forward. I know I said these people deserve only death. I said I handled before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue avoiding unnecessary confrontation. Keep following the royal way. Oh, these guys are fucked already. Whoa, Jesus. Alright. So far gone. Thanks, my dude. What would it become? Would you still stand and claim they can be cured? Those definitely not. These those vast may probably either may suffer the corruption. Even with treatment, such figures may be beyond salvation. But you admit it. Now you've seen the monsters for yourself, but you think twice before speaking for a cure. Okay. Side agreement, so I'll keep mine this way. This is Tertium, one of our largest stations. Now stairs at headquarters. I always send the coins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Big Final Fantasy 15 vibes. Very big Final Fantasy 15 vibes. I see why they chose this as base operations. I've done a lot of wars, even so I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Joe is willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass and their own supplies will all be exhausted. Maybe shielded from the wind and snow, but it's bitter cold. Much like vigorous spores, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Who are your voices? Well, you may hear it. As my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is the locomotive over there. God damn it, man. Well, you guys gotta make this pain in the ass.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Royal to the Emperor.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with magic
prideful.
that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference. To make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, And all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
I suppose on the coldest, blackest of night, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Never make it easy, eh? As per Lower Quintus's instructions, I will supervise you during your time here in Totrium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any means to remove your callers, nor will I tell you if I did. If I try anything, you soon wish you hadn't. So, you truly intend to speak to the others without merely a ruse. We're not here to disobey a Lower Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of this decision. Because you will, remember, I'll be watching. If I catch you when you do anything out into wars, trying to trick up people into turning their coast like their shall be at least your wars, understood? When someone compromised, put aside, it's not worth this opportunity. It's just splitting up, learning what we can on decisions above all. Don't use matches of any sort. You only hand to go wherever you wish. Even outside the camp, I know for a while I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or the interest, Elfina and Alex will pay the price. 1. It's deactivated. Don't try to activate it. The others, there are cities for Garleans. Could tell Lord and Blink God for otherwise a terminal nearby. Use the Etheric power to keep the place lit. Comes at a cost of a normal function. The same model is save. What saved the picture from being tempered? Who's doing it? The so-called champion. It's gonna be gloat happy. I'll let a smirk off you. I swear I'll. Or the sutures. What's the lot? This came muster of strength. Or third bleeding us will be end of view. Vigilia's treachery is near a loss or quits his life, but may escape. Took shelter in the mansion to the windows before the strike back, and then night fell in the roll of terrible horde. The capitals and pales were spared. If you can call this mercy, mind intact, the body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'll cut you down before you stand. Mordor. What are you calling me murderer? A soldier calling other people murderer is quite a contradiction. It is cold. The common theme is everybody's fucking cold. It's you, Vobs Convogus. There's my little guy in the 14th Legion that was there on the night of Praetorium fell. You and your adventures, you killed him. My comrade and friends with a dozen as though were nothing to you. Yeah, I am too, just another face and yeah, it won't be long before they'll come to return until you get what you deserve. Mark my words! Or are people so prideful? You are very short-sighted. About the truth of war. Did you learn anything? No. People are cold and they're mad at us. If findings are consistent, the plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at great risk. Gravel part warm for nutrition and failure soon perish. Only the precious little we can do at present, but I cannot bear to see the suffering. You help me tend to them. I'm no healer at the moment. Can't see. Them is subsided. Don't last much, we should look at that who can still fight, give them a mash, and if me going my hunger means someone else lives in our so be it. At least can serve that way. So you meant no fetter. I was afraid you would say that. I know we're warning against meddling in affairs, but can't leave them like this. We might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus might have made his feelings of matter quite clear. Even he must recognize they're in non-position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could dissuade him? But we need to persuade Julius first. Persuade him? All order. You know? We hear about enough food for your supply. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We're scattering around provisions from nearby houses. Most family keep kept rather some sort of way in the event that we're snowed in. Still going on and getting dangerous where all the mouths to feed. There is a greater concern though. We need some cerulean set aside and it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could be other fears that weren't afflicted for all we know. Other way, we down to the last drags. With all the healing they need, those in the poor health are only gonna get worse instead of better. The cerulean you need, our technician has secured a ready supply. You can have some sent over. We won't accept your charity. If we can hold a little longer, situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I presume. For something I have you. Well, from what I've seen, there's a little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. Our scout spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to afflicted. Or in the bastard words, royal servant Halal. He made his way inside the Imperial Palace of what stands in its place. We identified the see the enemy's power realized. The Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying instructing them to join forces of provincial legions, prepare for a combined assault on Talafaloy. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for a hills, then we shall reclaim the cattle by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many return to repair long before reinforcements reach Galmod. And they need help now. Say the word, we'll bring the ceruleum. Can we get through that pride? Can we get through it? Give him the stare, Alpha Nod. I will speak to Lord Quintus. Do you agree to it? No, he will not play guard on the dead of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for Sorum outside. As you're under my watch, you will come with me. I see. Very well, after all, my many hands make light work. A lot more trouble than you're worth. Once you're outside, follow my instructions, we depart shortly. We begin searching for Zoram in the Regale of Benissima. The first location forms solely as a park to the north of the station. You are to remain close at all times to act as forward. Follow me.